Starways by Poul Anderson. The dedication reads, "To the MFS, all of them." Chapter 1. Rendezvous. There is a planet beyond the edge of the known, and its name is Rendezvous. Few worlds are more lovely to the eyes of men. As the weary ships come in from space and loneliness, they see a yellow star against the great cold constellations, and nearing, they see its crowned glory swell to incandescence. The planet grows as the ships strain closer. It becomes a sapphire shield, banded with clouds, blurred with rain and wind and mountain mists. The ships sweep around the planet, mooring themselves to an orbit between the moons, and it is not long before the boats spring from them and rush down out of the sky to land. And then, for a little while, the planet comes alive with noise and movement, as human life spills free. This might have been Earth in some forgotten age before the glaciers went south. Here there is the broad green swell of land, reaching out to a remote horizon. Far away, mountains begin. On the other side is the sea. The sky is big here, lifting above the world to blue immensity. But the difference is what haunts you. There are trees, but they are not the oak and pine and elm, or palm, baobab, sequoia of Earth, and the wind blows through their leaves with an alien sound. The fruits of the trees are sweet, pungent, luscious to eat, but always there is the hint of a taste men never knew before. The birds are not yours. The animals of plain and forest have 6 legs and a greenish shimmer to their fur. At night the constellations bear the look of strangers, and there may be 4 moons in the sky. No, it is not Earth, and the knowledge becomes a hunger in you and will not let you stay. But you have never seen Earth, and by now the hunger has become so much a part of you that you could not find a home there either. For you are a nomad. And only you have learned where to find this quiet place. To all others, Rendezvous lies beyond the edge of the known.
Explorers, traders, scouts looking for colony sites, anyone, or anything, since I got hold of some otherlings," he meant non-human spacemen, "who had passed through or stopped by. I even talked my way into the Cordy office on Nerthus and got a look at their galactic survey records. Space is too big. Even this little splinter of the galaxy that man has traversed is larger than we can think, and we've spent our lives in the void. It's 30,000 light-years to galactic center. There are some 100 billion suns in the galaxy. Man will never be able to think concretely in such terms. It just can't be done. So a lot of information lies around in the shape of isolated facts, and nobody coordinates it and sees what the facts mean. Even the service can't do it. They have troubles enough running the Union without worrying about the frontiers and the beyond frontiers. When I started investigating, I found I was the first being who'd even thought of this." "And what," asked Thorkild quietly, "have you found out?" "Not too much, but it's damned indicative. There have been otherling ships which vanished in that region too, but coordination and survey never had any trouble. If something had happened to one of their vessels, they'd have spy boats out there so fast they'd meet themselves coming back. You see what it means? Somebody knows a lot about our civilization, enough to know who it's safe to molest. Then there are any number of E-planets, which is what you'd expect, and not too many of them seem to have natives, which is what you wouldn't expect. There are at least a dozen which remind you of Rendezvous, beautiful green worlds with not a building or a road in sight." "Maybe they're shy, like the ones on this planet," said Vagabond McTeague. "We'd been here for 50 years before we knew there were natives, and a similar case happened on Nerthus, you remember." "The Nerthusians have an unusual sort of culture," said Romany Ortega thoughtfully. "No, most likely those worlds you speak of are really uninhabited." "All right," said Joachim. "There's more to tell. In a few cases, there were E-planets with what we'd consider a normal culture. Houses, farming, and so on. Contact was made rather easily in all those instances, and in general the natives seemed not unfamiliar with the sight of spaceships. But when I checked the reports against each other, I found that none of those planets had been visited before by anyone from our civilization." "Now hold on," began Thorkild. "You aren't suggesting—" "There's more yet," Joachim interrupted. "Unfortunately, few scientifically minded expeditions have been in the X region, so I couldn't get an accurate description of flora and fauna. However, a couple of those I talked to had been struck by what seemed remarkably similar plants and trees on some of these supposedly uninhabited E-planets. Galactic Survey had some helpful information there. They had noted more than similarity. They had found identity of a good dozen plant species on 6 uninhabited worlds. Explain that away." "How did Survey explain it?" asked Fiddlefoot Kagama. "They didn't. Too much else to do. Their robot file had integrated a reasonable probability that the similarity was due to transplantation, maybe accidental, by a Tiunran expedition." "Tiunra? I don't think I've heard—" "Probably you wouldn't have. They're the natives of an M planet on the other side of Vega. Strange culture. They had space travel a good 500 years before man left Sol, but they never were interested in colonization. Even today, I understand they don't have much to do with the Union. They're just uninterested. Anyway, I took the trouble to write to Tiunra. Sent the letter off on Nerthus a good 2 years ago. I asked whoever was in charge of their survey records about the X region. What had they found out? What had been done by them or to them out here? I got my answer 6 months ago, when we stopped back at Nerthus. Very polite. They'd even written in Human Basic. Yes, their ships had gone through the X region about 4 centuries ago. But they hadn't noticed the things I mentioned, and were sure they hadn't done any transplanting, accidentally or otherwise, and they had lost 4 ships. All right. Joachim leaned back, sprawling his legs under the table, and blew a series of smoke rings. There you have it, lads. Make what you will of it. Silence, then. The wind blowing in through the open door stirred the tapestries. A light metal plaque rang like a tiny gong. Finally Ortega spoke, as if with an effort. What about the Tiunrans? Didn't they do anything about their missing ships? No, except leave this part of space alone, said Joachim. And they haven't informed coordination? Not as far as I know. But then coordination never asked them. Thorkild looked bleak. This is a serious matter." "Now there's an understatement," drawled Joachim. "You haven't absolutely proved your case." "Maybe not, but it sure ought to be looked into." "Very well, then. Let's accept your guess. The X region, perhaps the entire Great Cross, is under the rule of a secretive and hostile civilization technologically equal to ours, or superior for all we know. I still can't imagine how you'd conceal the kind of technology involved. Just consider the neutrino emission of a large atomic power plant, for instance. You can find your way across many light years to a planet where they're using atomic energy just by the help of a neutrino detector. Well, maybe they have some kind of screen." Thorkild tapped the table with a lean forefinger. "So, they don't like us and they've spied us out a bit. What does that imply?" "Conquest? They figure to invade the Union?" asked McTeague. Trekker Petrov said, "They may just want to be left alone." "What could they hope to gain by war?" protested Ortega. "I'm not guessing about motives," said Joachim. "Those creatures aren't human. I say we'd better assume they're hostile." "All right," said Thorkild. "You've given most thought to this business. What follows?" "Why, look at the map," said Joachim mildly. "The Union, both as a cultural and semi-political unit, is expanding inward toward galactic center, Sagittarius. The X-Empire lies squarely across the Union's path. X, however peaceful, may feel that countermeasures are called for. And where are we? On the Sagittarius-ward frontier of the Union, and spreading into the unmapped regions beyond. Right smack between the Union and X. The coordination service of the Union doesn't like nomads, and X has already shown what he thinks of us. We're the barbarians, right between the upper and nether millstones." Another pause. Death they could face, but extinction of their entire tribe was a numbing concept, and the whole nomad history had been one long flight from cultural absorption. 30-odd ships with some 50,000 humans. What can be done? Joachim answered the unspoken cry with a few slow words. "I've been thinking about this for some little while, friends, and have some sort of an answer. The first requirement of any operation is intelligence, and we don't even know if X is a menace. Here's what this one proposes. Let's just keep the matter quiet for the time being. Naturally, no ship will enter the Great Cross, but otherwise we could go on as usual. But I'll make a scout of the Peregrine, and we'll spy out the unknowns." "Eh?" Thorkild blinked at him. "Sure. I'll tell most of my crew at first that it's an exploratory venture. We'll snoop around as we ordinarily do, and I'll direct the snooping the way I think will be most useful. We can fight if we must, and once we go into hyperdrive, we can't be followed or shot at." "Well, that sounds very good," said Thorkild. "Of course," smiled the Peregrine, "we can't be hampered in our work. I'll want a formal action in council authorizing me or my crew to break, bend, or even obey any law of the nomads, the Union, or anybody else that may seem convenient." I think I see where this could lead," said McTeague. "Also," said Joachim blandly, "the Peregrine will be in a primitive region, and hostile where it's not primitive, and won't have the normal chance to turn an honest credit. We'll want say a 20% share in all profits made between now and next rendezvous."
20%?
choked Ortega. "Sure. We're risking our whole ship, aren't we?"
Chapter 3. Ilaloa. Peregrine Thorkild Sean could not forget the girl who had stayed behind on Nerthus. She had gone alone into the city, Stellamont, and had not come back. After a while he had taken a flyer and gone the 1,200 kilometers to her father's home. There was no hope. She couldn't endure the nomad life. 2 years can be a long time, and memories blur. Thorkild Sean walked through the nomad camp under the heaven of Rendezvous and knew how far away Nerthus was. Darkness had come to the valley. Not the still shadow of Nerthus, which was almost another Earth, but the living, shining night of Rendezvous. Fires burned high, and the camp was one babel. The trading had gone on till it was done. The captain's council had met, and its proposals had been voted on by the men of the ships. Now the time of rendezvous was ready to culminate in the mutiny.
Unmarried women were not allowed to attend that 3-day Saturnalia. The nomads were strict with their maidens, but for everyone else it would be a colorful memory to take skyward.
Except for me, thought Sean.
He passed a bonfire, crossing the restless circles of its light. A tall, slender young man, fair-skinned, brown-haired, blue-eyed, his face thin and mobile, his movements angular and loose-jointed. Somebody hailed him, but he ignored it and went on his way. Not tonight, not tonight. Presently the camp was behind him. He found the trail he was looking for and followed it steeply upward out of the dale. The night of Rendezvous closed in on him. This was not Earth, nor was it Nerthus, or any other planet where men had built their homes. He could walk free here, and no hidden menace or germ or mold or poisoned tooth waited for him. Yet somehow Sean felt that he had never been on so foreign a world. 3 moons were up. One was a far white shield, cold in the velvet sky. The second a glowing amber crescent, and the third almost full and hurtling between the stars so that he could see it moving. 3 shadows followed him over the long, whispering grass, and one of them moved by itself. The light was so bright that the shadows were not black. They were a dusky blue on the moon-frosted ground. Overhead were the stars, constellations unknown to the home of humanity. The Milky Way was still there, a bridge of light, and he could see the cold brilliance of Spica and Canopus, but most of heaven was strange. The hills into which he went stirred with moonlight and shadow. Forests lifted on one side of his path, high feathery-leaved trees overgrown with blossoming vines. On the other side there was grass and bush and lonely copse. Now and then he saw one of the 6-legged animals of Rendezvous. None of them were afraid. It was as if they knew he wasn't going to shoot at them. Light moved here and there. The glowing insects bobbed on frail wings over the phosphorescent glow of lamp-flowers. Sean let the sounds of the night flow into him. The memory of his wife drowned as if in rippling water, and the new eagerness within him was a quiet, steady burning. She stood where she had told him to come, leaning against a tree and watching him stride across the hills. His footsteps grew swifter until he was running. The nomads had looked for an Earth-like planet, E-planet, outside of the ordinary space lanes, a meeting place which no others would be likely to find. They had not explored much beyond the site chosen for their gatherings, but even so it had been a shock 50 years later when they learned that Rendezvous had natives after all. The laws of the Union were of small concern, but aborigines could mean trouble. These dwellers had been a gentle sort, though, remarkably humanoid, but possessing a culture unlike any ever created by man. They had sought out the newcomers, had learned the nomad dialect with ease, and had asked many questions. But they had not told much concerning themselves, nor were the nomads especially interested, once it became clear that these beings had nothing to trade. The natives had courteously presented the nomads with the area they already held, asking only that they not be molested elsewhere, and this the humans had readily voted into law. Since then, an occasional native had shown up at the assemblies to watch for a while and disappear again. Nothing else, for a good 150 years.
Blind, thought Sean. We're as blind as man has always been. There was a time when he imagined he was the only intelligent life in the universe, and he hasn't changed much.
The thought died in the wonder that stood before him. He stopped, and the noise of his heart was loud in his ears. Ilaloa! She stood looking at him, not moving or speaking. The loveliness of her caught at his throat. She could have been human, almost, had she not been so unhumanly fair. The Lorinians were what man might be in 1,000,000 years of upward evolution. Their bodies were slim and full of a liquid grace, marble white. The hair on their head was like silk, floating about the shoulders and down the back, the color of blued silver. He had first seen Ilaloa when the peregrine came down to Rendezvous and had wandered off to be alone. "I came, Ilaloa," he said, feeling the clumsiness of words. She remained quiet, and he sighed and sat down at her feet. He didn't have to talk to her. With men he was a lonely being, forever locked into the night of his own skull, crying to his kindred and never knowing them or feeling their nearness.
Language was a bridge and a barrier alike, and Sean knew that men talk because they are afraid to be silent. But with Ilaloa he could know quiet. There was understanding and no loneliness. "Let the native females be." It was a nomad law which needed little enforcement on other planets, who was attracted by something that looked like a caricature of man. But no spear had thudded into his flesh when he met this being who was not less but more than a woman, and there had, after all, been nothing to disgrace them. Ilaloa sat down beside him. He looked at her face, the smooth, lovely planes and curves of it, arched brows over huge violet eyes, small tilted nose, delicate mouth. "When do you leave?" she asked. Her voice was low, richly varied. "In 3 days," he answered. "Let's not talk about it." "But we should," she said gravely. "Where will you go?" "Out." He waved his hand at the thronging stars. "From sun to sun, I don't know where. It will be into new territory this time, I hear." "To there?" She pointed at the great cross. "Why, yes, toward Sagittarius. How did you know?" She smiled. "We hear talk, even in the forest. Will you come back, Sean?" "If I live. But it won't be for at least 2 years, a little more in your reckoning. Maybe 4 years or 6, I don't know." He tried to grin. "By then, Ilaloa, you will be whatever your people do, and have children of your own." "Have you none, Sean?" It was the most natural thing in the universe to tell her of what had happened. She nodded seriously and laid her fingers across his. "How lonely you must be." There was no sentimentality in her voice. It was almost matter-of-fact, but she understood. "I get along," he said, with a sudden rising of bitterness. "But I don't want to speak of going away. That will happen all too soon." "If you do not want to leave," she said, "then stay." He shook his head heavily. "No, it's impossible. I couldn't stay, even on a planet of my own kind. For 300 years the nomads have been living between the stars. Those who couldn't endure it dropped out, and those from the planets who fitted into our kind of life were taken in. Don't you see, it's more even than habit and culture by now. We've been bred for this." "I know," she said. "I only wanted to make it clear in your own mind." "I'm going to miss you," he told her. His words stumbled over each other. "I don't dare think how much I'll miss you, Ilaloa." "You've only known me for some few days." "It seems longer, or shorter, I don't know. Never mind, forget it. I've no right to say some things." "Maybe you do," she answered. He turned around, looking at her, and the night was wild with the sudden clamor of his heart. Chapter 4. Trevelyan Mica. "You will go to the Sagittarian frontier of the Stellar Union," the machine had said. "The planet Karsten Star 3, otherwise called Nerthus, is recommended as a starting point. Thereafter—" The directive had been general and left the agent almost complete discretion. Theoretically, he was free to refuse, but if he had been the sort to do that, Trevelyan Mica would not have been a field agent of the Stellar Union Coordination Service in the first place. The psychology of it was complex. The Cordy agents were in no sense swashbucklers, and they knew the fear of death often enough to realize that there was nothing glamorous about it. They believed their work to be valuable, but were not especially altruistic. Perhaps one could say that they loved the work. His air car went on soundless gravity beams over the western half of North America. The land was big and green below him, forest and rivers and grass waving out to the edge of the world. Scattered homes reflected sunlight upward, isolated houses and small village groupings. Though, in a way, all Earth was a city by now, he thought. When transportation and communication make any spot on the planet practically next door, and the whole is a socio-economic unity, that world is a city, with 500 million people in it. The sky was full of aircraft, gleaming ovoids against the high blue. Trevelyan let his autopilot steer him through the fourth-level traffic and sat back, smoking a thoughtful cigarette. There was a lot of movement on and over Earth these days.
Few were ever really still. You couldn't be if you had a job in Africa and a probably temporary dwelling in South America and were planning a holiday at Arctic resort with your Australian and Chinese friends. Even the interstellar colonists, deliberately primitive though they were, tended to scatter themselves across their planets. There had been no economic reason for the outward surge of man when the hyperdrive was invented. The emigration was a mute revolt of people for whom civilization no longer had any need. They wanted to be of use, wanted something greater than themselves to which they could devote their lives, if it were only providing a living for themselves and their children. Cybernetic society had taken that away from them. If you weren't in the upper 10%, a scientist or an artist of more than second-rate talent, there was nothing you could do which a machine couldn't do better. So they moved out. It had not happened overnight, nor had it fully happened yet, but the balance had shifted, both socially and genetically. And a planet, the bulk of whose population was creative, necessarily controlled the intangibles that in the long run would shape all society. There was scientific research, there was the education that directs men's thoughts, and the art that colors them. There was, above all, an understanding of the whole huge, turbulent process. Trevelyan's thoughts ended as the autopilot buzzed a signal. He was approaching the Rocky Mountains now, and Diane's home was near. It was a small unit perched almost on the Continental Divide. Around it the mountains rose, white and colossal, and overhead the sky was pale with cold. When Trevelyan stepped out, the chill struck like a knife through his thin garments. He ran to the door, which scanned him as he neared and opened for him, and shivered once he was inside.
"Diane!" he exclaimed. "You choose the damnedest places to live. Last year it was the Amazon basin. When are you moving to Mars?"
"When I want to multiplex it," she said. "Hello, Micah." Her casual voice was belied by the kiss she gave him. She was a small woman, with something young, wistful about her.
"New project?"
"Yes, coming along pretty well, too. I'll show you." She touched keys on the multiplex and the tape began its playback. Trevelyan sat down to absorb the flow of stimuli, color patterns, music, traces of scent and associated taste. It was abstract, but it called up before him the mountains, and all mountains which had ever been.
"It's good," he said. "I felt as if I were 10 kilometers up on the edge of a glacier."
"You're too literal," she answered, stroking his hair. "This is supposed to be a generalized impression. I'd like to work on some genuine cold, but that's too distracting. I have to settle for things like ice blue color and treble notes."
"And you say you never learned the cybernetic theory of art?"
"Art is a form of communication," she quoted in a sing-song. "Communication is the conveyance of information. Information is a pattern in space-time distinguished by rules of selection from the totality of all possible arrangements of the same constituents, and thus capable of being assigned a meaning. Meaning is the induced state of the percipient, and in the case of art is primarily emotional. Bother it! You can have your mathematical logic. I know what works and what doesn't, and that's enough." It was, he realized. Braganza Diane might not grasp the synthesizing worldview of modern philosophy, but it didn't matter. She created. "You should have let me know you were coming, Micah," she said. "I'd have made arrangements."
"I didn't know it myself until just lately. I've been called back. I came to say goodbye."
She sat quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, it was very low, and she was looking away from him. "It couldn't wait?"
"I'm afraid not. It's rather urgent."
"Where are you going?"
"Sagittarian Frontier. After that, anything can happen."
"Damn," she said between her teeth.
"Damn and triple damn."
"I'll be back," he said. "Someday," she answered thinly, "you won't come back." Then, getting to her feet, "Well, relax. You can stay tonight, of course." "Good. Let's have a drink now." She fetched wine in goblets of lunar crystal. He clinked glasses with her, listening to the faint, clear belling, and raised his to the light before he drank. A ruby flame glowed in his heart.
"Good,"
he said appreciatively.
"What's the news from your end?"
"Nothing. There's never very much, is there? Well, I had an offer from an admirer. He even wanted a contract."
"If he's the right sort," said Trevelyan gravely, "I think you should take him up on it."
She regarded him where he sat, and saw a big, lean man, his body compact and balanced with the training of modern education.
His face was dark and hook-nosed, a deep wrinkle between the green eyes, and most people would have called the light of those eyes cold. The hair was straight and black, with a reddish tint where the sun caught it. There was something ageless and impassive about him. Well, the Coordination Service caught its agents young. They weren't supermen. They were something less understandable. "No," she said. "I won't."
"It's your life."
He didn't press the matter. Their liaison went back several years. For him, she knew, it was a pleasant convenience, nothing more. He had not offered a contract, and she had not asked for one. "What is your directive this time?" she asked.
"I don't know, really. That's the worst of it."
"You mean the machine wouldn't tell you?"
"The machine didn't know."
"But that's impossible."
"No, it isn't. It's happened before, and it will happen again with increasing frequency until—"
Trevelyan scowled.
"The real problem is finding some new principle altogether. It might even be philosophical, for all I know."
"I don't understand."
"Look," he said, "the basis of civilization is communication. In fact, life itself depends on communication and feedback loops between organism and environment, and between parts of the same organism. Now consider what we have today. There are approximately 1 million stars which have been visited by man, and the number grows almost daily. Many of these stars have one or more planets inhabited by beings of intelligence comparable to ours, but often with action and thought patterns so different that only long, painstaking study will ever suggest their fundamental motivation. Full empathy remains impossible. Imagine the effects on these of a sudden introduction to an interstellar civilization. We have to reckon with their future as well as our own. Remember your history, Diane? Think what happened in Earth's past when there were sovereign states working at unintegrated cross-purposes."
"You needn't strain the obvious," she said, annoyed.
"Sorry. I'm just trying to tie in the general background. It's fantastically complex, and the problem is getting worse. It's a case of transportation outstripping communication. We've got to bring all the components of our civilization together. You need only recall what happened on Earth back around the Second Dark Ages. Nowadays, it could happen between whole stellar systems."
She was still for a moment, throwing away one cigarette and lighting another. "Sure," she said then. "That's what the Union was organized to prevent. That's what courty work consists of."
"We found different types and emphases of intelligence in the galaxy," he flung at her, "but they can all be given a rating on the same general scale. Ever wondered why there is no species whose average intelligence is appreciably higher than man's?"
"Why, well, aren't all the planets about the same age?"
"Not that close. 1 million or 10 million years should make a real difference to organic life. No, Diane, it's a matter of natural limits. The nervous system, especially the brain, can only become so complex. Then the whole thing gets too big to control itself."
"I think I see what you're driving at," she said. "There are natural limits to the capacities of computing machines, too."
Uh-huh. Also to systems made up of many machines together.
Diane, we can't coordinate as many planets as are included in our civilization range today.
And that range is still expanding."
She nodded. Her face was serious, and there was a foreboding in the eyes that met his. "You're right. But what does this have to do with your new mission?"
"The overworked integrators are years behind in correlating information," he said. "A thing can grow to monstrous proportions before they learn of it. And we, the flesh-and-blood courties, are no better off. We perform our missions, but we can't oversee everything. The integrator has finally gotten around to considering some reports of disappearing ships, botanical anomalies on supposedly uninhabited planets, and the nomad clans. The probability indicates something tremendous."
"What is that?" she breathed.
"I don't know," he answered. "The machine suggested that the nomads might be up to something. I'm going to find out."
"Why do you courties have it in for the poor nomads so much?"
"They're the worst disruptive factor our civilization has," he said grimly. "They go everywhere and do anything with no thought of the consequences. To Earth, the nomads are romantic wanderers. To me, they're a pain. I doubt that they're behind this business. I suspect something much more significant."
He took out a cigarette and put it to his lips.
"But the nomads will make a handy place to start."
answer. The integrators would have to give a final verdict, but he believed he had found the way. Pure nomad? No, but with his abilities he would eventually become a power among the ships and influence what they did. And other coordinators would be adopted too. They would give nomad life a direction and a restraint it lacked and needed, quietly, without disrupting its spirit. Sean walked down the beach until he was alone between the forest and the sea. He climbed a dune and stood looking out over the huge sweep of loneliness. Grass grew thin and harsh here, cutting at his bare legs. He shaded his eyes with one hand, looking at the shoreward march of grass where it blended into meadow and woods. She came to him, walking timidly out of the forest. A few 100 meters away she paused, tensed for flight as if he had a gun. He stood watching her, his hands hanging empty. She ran. He held her close to him, murmuring wordlessly, stroking the wind-whipped hair and the fine blue-veined skin, and let her weep herself out. Only then did he kiss her with an overwhelming gentleness. "Ilaloa," he whispered. "I love you, Ilaloa." Her eyes were blind and wild, staring up at him. "You cannot remain here? You must go?" "We must go," he said. She looked away. "These are my people." "It's not as if they would be harmed," he told her. "I have my people too, and they're yours as well." "I could be treated. I could be healed of you." He let her go. "Then do it," he said bitterly. "No." Her lips were parted wide, as if she couldn't breathe. "No, that would be against life too. I cannot." "Is your life so much better than ours that it has to destroy us?" he asked. "No." She laced her fingers together, twisting them around each other. "I think you are right, Sean. This is a dark and empty world, universe. We have to find what warmth we can." She straightened and faced him. Suddenly her tones were clear. "I will help you if I am able." Chapter 20. Again the Stars. 2 nights later a gale blew from the southeast, out of the sea and over the island and out to the water again. Trevelyan heard it whistle as if it were calling him. He looked at Nicky, and she was very close and dear in the warm yellow light of his home. She smiled, and it struck him with a hideous chill that she might be killed in the escape. But she would not hear other than that she should be with him. The tree was snug, a hearth fire in an endless hooting dark. Seated on the mossy floor, he felt the slight tremble of it under the thrust of wind. Nicky started as the door curtain was pulled aside and flapped thunderously in the blast. Joachim stood there, fully clothed, his mantle drawn hard about his bear-like form. There was a recklessness in his eyes which they had never seen before.
"All set, folks," he said. "Come on to the beach. I'm passing the word."
He nodded and was gone again. The darkness gulped him down. Slowly Nicky stood up. A tremble ran over her, and the blue eyes were haunted. She smiled, stroking one hand along the smooth wall of their home. Then, shaking her head so the tawny locks flew. "All right, Micah, let's go." Rising with her, he stepped over to the shelf on which their belongings lay dustily forgotten. "Before we go," he said, turning to Nicky, and kissing her. When he stepped out holding Nicky's hand, the blackness was like a rush of great waters. He heard the trees shouting. The wind snarled in their branches, and they answered with a gallows groan. They stumbled to the beach. When they came out on the shore, the wind was a blow in the face. Briefly the ragged clouds tore open to show a half-moon flying between far, pale stars. Most of Joachim's party was already assembled, standing there waiting. The moonlight glistened frostily on the blades of knives and the heads of hunting spears, forged during the long days here. They were standing in a damp gully where the river crossed the strand. A boat lay there, brought down from the woods by Ilaloa. Trevelyan reached out and touched the hull with a feeling of awe. The boat was long and narrow, with a single mast, fore and aft sail and a jib, dark green, and a rudder and a small cabin. But she was a living tree, fed by sea minerals and earth laid in the bottom. He saw Ilaloa seated near the tiller. She was holding Sean close to her, as if she were already drowning.
"Everybody's here, I reckon."
Joachim's voice was almost lost in the wind.
"We'd better get going. I'm not so sure the Alluri haven't some notion of this caper."
The boat had to be taken past the surf. Trevelyan splashed in the shallow river between grunting, cursing nomads he could barely see. The hull was cold and slippery under his hands. He felt the keel grate on a sandbar at the river mouth. Now, heave, over the bar and into the surf. It rose swiftly as he waded out. The offshore wind flattened it, but he felt a vicious undertow yank at his legs.
"Cram her through!"
roared Joachim.
"Cram her through!"
Trevelyan hurled his muscles against the solidity of hull. His feet groped for a hold, lost it. He clung to the gunwale, and then a giant's hand scooped him up. Water exploded over his head. A million thunders banged in his skull. They were in the real surf now. The boat staggered. Trevelyan held on with fingers that seemed ready to rip from their sockets. A buffet sent him choking away, lungs aflame. He gasped, kicking with his feet, driving the boat outward. She lay in pitching sea. A hand caught Trevelyan's hair, and the swift, bright pain of it stabbed his mind back into him. He splashed against the heaving gunwale, grabbed the rail, and pulled himself over. Turning, he stooped to help the next one. The moon broke out again, and he looked on an immensity of tumbled waters. To windward the land was a bulking shadow, black against moon-limned clouds. Inboard was a jammed mass of faces. He could barely hear the voices over the screeching wind and thunderous waves. Joachim stood upright, legs planted far apart, stooped over as he counted.
"One missing."
He rose, peering into the dark swirl over the side.
"McTeague Allen gone. He was a good lad."
Slowly he turned to face Ilaloa at the tiller. His hand lifted and swung down again. She nodded, a fey figure under the moon, and spoke to Sean. He and a couple of others fought the sails up. The boat leaped. Her mast, which had been swinging crazily against the sky, heeled over so that Trevelyan thought she must capsize. The boom reached far out, almost at right angles to the lean hull, and the living ropes hummed. Water slanted icy white from the bows. The wake coiled in shattered flame behind her, and she ran. Trevelyan gasped, shaking his drenched head with wonder. "We made it," he breathed. He didn't quite dare believe it yet. "We made it." Nicky hugged him wordlessly. They crawled over their fellows into the bows where they could see ahead. Spindrift stung their faces, but they looked over the sea and were glad. The clouds were breaking up, and the half-moon, as big as Luna at the full, was dazzlingly brilliant. But it was straight ahead, to the northwest, that Trevelyan and Nicky stared. There lay the boats and the way home. Joachim crept up to the bows, saw the two sitting there, and smiled. Turning, he made his way back sternward, checking on his people. No casualties so far, except poor Allen. Joachim wondered how he was going to tell it to the boy's father. When he came to the stern, he saw Sean and Ilaloa helping each other steer. It was hard to figure how the girl kept her bearings without a compass, but she was doing it. The shore was already lost to sight. They were walled in ringing, sundering darkness. The tiller threshed, fighting like a live animal. Sean and Ilaloa were on either side of it, shoulder against shoulder, hands interlocked on the rod. The man had a strained look, but the captain had seldom seen such inward happiness. He approached closer, hanging onto the rail with one hand and bending near so they could hear him call.
"How's it going?"
The wind yelled around his words.
"Pretty good,"
answered Sean.
"We should raise the island soon. We could see it now if this were daylight."
Joachim leaned on the pitching bulwark and looked down the length of the vessel. Strange that she wasn't shipping water. No, the water came inboard and was soaked up, blotted away. A fine rain sprang from the boat's sides, back down into the sea. She did her own bailing, too. He looked over the sea as if he stood on a mountain. Overhead was a sky of flickering candle stars and cloud streamers. Under and around him the swooping, trampling, shouting sea. Everywhere the wind. It might have been across light years that he saw the hazy form of the other boat. He gripped Ilaloa's shoulder so that she cried out. Slowly he pointed, and she and Sean followed the line of his arm. She stood for a bare second, not moving. He had seen a man once with a bullet in his heart, not yet aware that he was dead, standing just that way. Joachim leaned over to shout in Ilaloa's ear.
"Would anyone else be sailing on a night like this?"
She shook her head.
"Well,"
he said between his teeth,
"hang on to your heads, lads. We're going to make a run for it."
As they mounted another crest, he saw the island. It was hard to gauge distances, but that sheer loom of rock couldn't be far now. Peering into the blast, he made out the other vessel. It closed the gap rapidly, quartering in from portside stern. No windjammer, this. The Alluri had sent a real longboat after them. It was big and high-stemmed, no mast, and it was drawn by something that swam. He could only see the great white curve of a back rising from the waves, the thresh of its tail, and now and again a monster fluke.
"Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook? Will he make a covenant with thee?"
Ilaloa said something to Sean, who nodded and gestured to Joachim. A few rags of words came to the captain's ears. "Take rudder! Reef!" He came around and closed hands on the kicking bar. Sean groped to the boom lines. The island was very close now, standing in a white flame of surf. They had to go around it, no doubt. Tack. In this weather? The sails slatted and banged, and the boat yawed, coming around on another tack. It was clumsy handling. Ilaloa could have done better, but she had inexperienced help. They lost most of their forward speed. The Alluri vessel drew closer. It might only be a few 100 meters away now. Joachim saw the tall forms of her crew standing in the bows. He had a notion one of them was Esperero, but he couldn't be sure. The island was a mountain before them. Joachim saw the surf that geysered under its cliffs and felt his heart stumble. The Alluri boat pulled in, almost even with them now, though a good 50 meters lay between. Joachim looked at the sea beast's back and the tail that ripped the water. No, not yet, by heaven. The sailboat sprang forward. Surf was just ahead of her now. He felt her lurch with its shock. A wave rushed in over the bow, thundering along the length of the hull, and then the keel slammed against a reef. Ilaloa pointed wildly over the side. "Jump! Jump!" He stared for a dumb instant. The living sail tore across, and rigging snapped like rotten twine. He eased himself overboard. There was a bottom a meter down. This must be the shallows. And, he thought with sudden glee, the sea monster couldn't swim in here. Trevelyan and Nicky joined him, standing in water that clawed at them and broke over their heads. A woman fell going under. Trevelyan grabbed her arms, helping her. Nicky took her by the dress, and they splashed slowly to shore. Ilaloa stood there, Sean beside her, at the head of a trail winding up the cliff face. She gestured back those who would have climbed it. The crew stood waiting, jammed together. Trevelyan looked past the smoking surf out to sea. The Allurian boat was drawing up alongside the reef, where it shelved abruptly off. They were here, and the spacecraft were only meters away. He caught his emotions. Ilaloa hadn't given up yet, at least, and here came Joachim, splashing and grunting out of the ocean. That meant everybody was off the boat. He saw that the nomads were moving and fell into their shadowy line. Nicky, behind him, held tight to his belt. Ilaloa must be taking them up now, past the island's guardians. But the Alluri... He looked down, but it was into a well of blackness. The Alluri would be after them, yes, but in this wind their gases and probably their stinging insects were useless. It would be hand-to-hand, down there at the end of the line, as Joachim and a few others fought a savage rear-guard action. Trevelyan cursed, wanting to go down and help, but the trail was too narrow, too slippery. They came up on the heights of the island. It was overgrown with brush and wind-gnarled trees, vague in the shaking dark. But he saw thorns on flexible vines, coiled about the trunks, and thought he glimpsed eyes. He didn't know just what kind of watchers they were, but Ilaloa had commanded them to stay their attack. Running, slipping on wet rock and crashing into half-seen boughs, he went with the nomads through that abatis of woods. It was a short, gasping dash, and at its end the trees opened and he saw the boats. They stood clustered as if ready to leap, spearheads poised at infinity, moonlight icy gray on their sides. Sean was already at one of them, groping after the switch in the landing braces. He yanked it down. Under the screech of wind, Trevelyan heard the motor start up, whining. The airlock opened and the gangway ladder came down, and it was nightmarishly slow. Swinging about, Trevelyan saw the last of the nomads burst into the clearing, Joachim bringing up the rear. They ran for the ladder as if all hell were at their heels. One by one, swiftly but with some degree of order, they scampered up into the boat. He sent Sean, Ilaloa, and Nicky up, and waited. The Alluri spilled out into the meadow, running hard. Joachim motioned Trevelyan up, then followed him, facing backwards. Esperero, he recognized that handsome face now, climbed in pursuit, his fellows behind him. The captain paused near the airlock, lifting one booted foot. He had to shout to be heard, but there was an immense calm in him.
"Any closer, lad, and you get your teeth bashed in."
Esperero paused. There was a sudden strangeness in the answer. Pity? Sorrow? "Why do you flee thus? We would not harm you. We would be your friends."
"That," said Joachim, "is just the trouble, I think."
Esperero nodded slowly. A crooked grin twisted his face. "You have a gesture, you humans," he said. "May I shake your hand?"
"Hmm?"
Joachim braced himself. It might be a trick, only it was hard to see what could be gained by capturing him alone.
"All right, sure."
Joachim reached down. Esperero's hand was small and supple, with a warm strength in his own clasp. "Goodbye, my friend," said the Allurian. He released Joachim and descended the ladder. The nomad stared after him, then shrugged and went on up. Trevelyan pushed a button, and the ladder was drawn in as the outer door whined shut. The wind's noise dimmed, and silence came down like a falling moon. He locked the motor. The boat could only be opened from the inside now. Ilaloa was standing there, too, wet and cold in the bleak white light. Her eyes were wide with a reborn fear. "Quickly," she said. "Be off fast. There are other boats, and they can be flown too, and they have guns." Joachim sprang to the nearest view screen, but he could see only darkness and flying clouds. He threw the intercom switch.
"Emergency stations, battle stations, and take off."
It wasn't a normally organized crew, but the men all had some training. Boots clanged on metal as they ran for action posts. There were guns and missile tubes in the gliding fins and just above the gravity drive cones, and one heavy cannon in the nose. Joachim stayed at the centrally located airlock. Trevelyan whirled and went up the gravity shaft to the bows. Ilaloa didn't follow him, though Sean was pilot. She remained with the captain, drawing herself into a corner as if she wanted to be invisible. Trevelyan glimpsed Nicky in one of the bunk rooms as he fell upward and hailed her. She answered with a wave. She was helping care for one of the women, hurt in the shipwreck landfall. Emerging in the bow chamber, he saw Sean in the pilot chair, looking out the forward view screen as his fingers danced across studs and switches. The nomad's tousled head turned with laughter toward him.
"Good man, Micah. Can you handle one of those big friends?"
"Yeah, sure. But get us off the ground, Sean."
Trevelyan jumped into the gun tender's seat. The long john was automatically loaded and fired, but it took 2 men to direct the robots. Petrov Dushan was the other one. His dripping, flame-colored beard brushed the gleaming control panel. Kogama Iwao was in the co-pilot's chair, and Ferenzi sat in the background.
"I'll get her off in good time," Sean said.
It was strange, thought Trevelyan, that utter happiness should make a man so reckless of death. The boat trembled. Sean took her up so smoothly that for an instant Trevelyan didn't realize they were headed skyward. Skyward, outward, starward. The words were a song within him. They didn't have figures for the Peregrine's orbit, but she wouldn't be hard to find and board. And after that...
"They're firing, Sean,"
said Kogama. Sean looked at the detector dials. The craft lurched a bit from a near miss, exploded by her own counterfire.
"Yeah," he said.
And, uh-oh, he spoke into the intercom.
"Pilot to captain, they're taking another of the boats after us. Neutrino emission."
"Just let me focus my screen,"
answered Joachim.
I see it now. Brethren, this is not a good thing."
Sean reached out and worked the dials of his own auxiliary screen until it showed the ground below. That was a huge black circle, falling away as they climbed for heaven. The moonlight picked out steel below them, rising.
"Can we give them the slip?"
asked Ferenzi.
"No," said Sean. "They're coming too fast. We'd better swing around so we can use our heavy stuff."
Joachim's voice rattled over the intercom.
Captain to crew! Captain to crew! Looks like a fight. Strap in!"
The boat didn't have internal gravity fields except for the shaft. Trevelyan buckled the webbing about himself and looked out into a night of rushing wind. His hands moved along the polished deadliness of the Long John's controls. I had hoped we could get away without this, he thought. His head swooped as Sean brought the boat around. They slanted over the planet's surface, seeking to use the advantage of height. The other boat climbed steeply toward them. Trevelyan saw flame as the intercepted shells blew up. Once, a shrapnel burst struck the hull near the bows, and it rang like a great gong. "His piloting stinks," said Sean. "This'll be easy." "Do we have to do it?" Surprisingly, it was Ferenzi who said that. "Can't we just outrun him? And be gunned down from behind? If that lunatic doesn't know when he's beaten, he'll have to be shown." The hardness died in Sean's voice, and he bit his lip. "But I hate to do this." "Esperero," thought Trevelyan grayly, "is my friend." For a moment the philosophy of a lifetime buckled. How long will we have to accept the world as it is? How long will we have to stand by with empty hands and see injustice done? The nomad boat dived close, swooping on her enemy like a hawk. The Allurian pilot tried to evade them, swerving clumsily aside. Sean passed within meters of the other, and everything his boat had cut loose as he rushed by. Fire lanced over the sky, and the Allurian boat went down in a hot rain of metal. It wasn't right. They shouldn't have died that way. The nomads turned upward again. Trevelyan saw that they had crossed the edge of night. The sun was low in the east, shadows long, across a forest world that glittered with dew. "We're away!" Suddenly Sean threw back his head and laughed. "We're away and free again!" Trevelyan heard a shout over the intercom. Joachim's bull roar, broken in the middle. After it came a great howling of wind. "What the hell?" Sean bent over his mic. "What's wrong, Skipper?" The wind hooted. There was a cold draft up the gravity tube. "I'll go," said Trevelyan. His voice seemed as if it came from outside himself. "I'll go find out what it is." Trevelyan threw off the safety webbing and ran across the deck. 2 steps to the shaft, and then down the beam like a dead leaf falling in England's October. He heard Joachim over the loudspeakers.
"It's all right. Just a little accident. Captain to crew, remain at battle posts."
Trevelyan emerged in the airlock vestibule. The outer door was open to a sky that seemed infinitely blue. Joachim stood by the chamber with his clothes whipping about his stooped form. The battered, homely face turned to him, fighting to keep itself steady. Joachim was crying. He didn't know how. He wept so heavily and awkwardly that it was as if it would shake his body apart.
"How will I tell him, Micah? How will I tell the lad?"
She jumped.
"I was busy at the screen, watching. I saw the boat blow up and stood there for a minute after. Then I heard the airlock motor start. The door was just open a little bit and Ilaloa stood there. I ran to grab her, but the door opened just enough more for her to go out."
Joachim shook his head.
"But how am I going to tell Sean?"
Trevelyan didn't answer. He thought of Ilaloa, falling through the sky down to her forest, and wondered what she had been thinking of in that time. He thumbed the switch, and the door closed. Trevelyan Micah straightened himself and laid a hand on Joachim's shoulder. "It's all right," he said. "There's more to Sean than you know, but let's not tell him just yet." The sky darkened around them, and the stars came forth. This concludes the reading of Starways by Poul Anderson, copyright 1956 by Poul Anderson. This book was read by Tom Weiner. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with SMW Productions and was produced in 2007 by Blackstone Audio Incorporated, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Incorporated. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles, or our monthly update telling you about new releases and our new collection of books on CD and MP3 CD, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.